Good evening. Good evening and welcome. Today is Tuesday, June 11, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the Newark and Large City School District Board of Education. We'd like to begin tonight with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Mr. Bergarelli. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please stay standing for a moment. Thank you. Mr. McQuaid, please call the roll.
Ms. Bello? Ms.
Here.
Bello? Ms. Boucher? Mr. Bergarelli? Mr. Doré?
Present.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levenstein? Here. Ms. Politti?
Here.
Mr. Stewart?
Good evening again. Before we get into the heart of the meeting, I just want to, put this out to the community. And it has to do with voting and the importance of voting, regardless of which way you cast your vote. That's not what this is about. We have a community of 45,000 registered voters, 45,000. We could fill a stadium. But yet, when we have school budget votes, we get about 2,500 people. I am respectfully asking anybody watching, people here, I don't think this is the audience I should be speaking to. I'm willing to bet you all vote. But tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell people in the community that are registered. Many of us have children that are home from college that are over the age of 18. Mine are significantly over the age of 18, so I'm not speaking of myself, but many of us do. They're probably registered voters. Next Tuesday, have them vote. It's an important thing. People fought for the vote. We have a long history of voting rights legislation in this country, where people have put it all out there to make sure we can vote. So with that, next Tuesday, please show up and vote. Very appreciate it. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Dr. Manning Campbell. Oh.
Miss O'Neill, you had a little background music, courtesy of Mr. Howard. Good evening. Our first presentation for tonight is our monthly amazing high school student update. Tonight's presentation will be given by our representatives from our junior and freshman class. Their advisor, Miss Amanda O'Neill, will be introducing them tonight.
Hello, it's my pleasure to introduce Akir, Skyla, Damona, and Micaiah.
Good evening, everyone. We are representatives of NFA Student Council. My name is Akir McNeil. I am junior class president, and I attend NFA Main Campus. On Wednesday, May 22nd, in NFA Main Auditorium, 111 juniors were inducted into National Honor Society. NFA Main's, yes. NFA Main's first school pantry is affectionately named the Bodega, which will hopefully encourage students to shop for their essential items. The NFA school pantry will be located in the former bookstore and will be open on June 12th. The Spanish Club hosted an end-of-the-year celebration for the ENL, English as a New Language, students to celebrate their culture through music, food, and dancing. The celebration was hosted on Friday, May 31st, and was made possible through delicious food brought by students and decorations handmade by students for the event. Students enjoyed various activities such as a raffle, piñatas, and a photo booth made by a student, Wilman Horta Leo. The celebration provided an opportunity for current ENL students to meet newcomer ENL students and establish friendships and a community. The NFA Astronomy Club presented Follow the Drinking Gourd to the Black History Club. This is a slave song sung to give directions north to escape slavery using the Big Dipper or a drinking gourd as a guide. The students played the song and gave meaning to the cryptic lyrics. They also had a sing-along with the other club. Other astronomy students gave a tour of the night sky using the planetarium Starball. Not only did they show the Big Dipper and the North Star, but they also pointed out other constellations and ancient stories associated with them. For Pride Month, students designated that Pride Day for NFA be held on Friday, June 7th. We handed out stickers, bracelets, info for students, and facts about some of the history behind why people celebrate. Thank you all.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Skylar Rodriguez, and I'm the freshman class vice president, and I attend NFA main campus. Garden Initiative ended the year by planting our seedlings. Students took home seedlings to tend at home as well. We purchased a shed and some tools with the grant money, but saved about half for the fall. Looking forward to seeing how the garden does over the summer. NFA West hosted its first annual mentoring, recognition, and community partnership event. Students displayed their learning through internship projects for the community. NFA West has established over 152 partnerships in the community for their internship program. This event recognizes those businesses through celebration and collaboration. NFA West students attend a Leaving to Learn at Norrie Point Environmental Center, where they learned about Hudson Valley ecology. During their time, they searched for aquatic wildlife, identified it all, and then worked to assess the health of local waterways that fed the Hudson. NFA West hosted its last exhibition in Senior Talk Week. Students presented their learning through a comprehensive evaluation process. Students discussed their academic classes, personal growth, internship experience, and learning through internship projects. The Veteran and Student Story Exchange is a collaboration between veterans, writing workshops, and Newburgh Free Academy. Was designed to create communication through the power of a story. Veterans were partnered with NFA West students for in-depth conversations about the veteran stories and experiences. Black History Month will also be holding their end of the year celebration on June 13th. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Micaiah Hobbs, and I am junior class senator, and I attend NFA main campus. From the NFA music department, the music department presented their spring concerts on May 2nd and May 7th. 25 music department seniors were recognized for their incredible talents in music, and announcements were made regarding their plans beyond Academy Field. On May 19th, the NFA Marching Band performed in the Town of New Windsor Memorial Day Parade. On Wednesday, May 15th, 2024, the NFA Main Orchestra performed at the NYSSMA Majors Clinic Evaluation at Walk Hill High School. The NYSSMA Clinic Evaluation is a new program which offers the students and director an direct opportunity to work directly with and learn from accredited professionals within the field of music education and ensemble performance. On May 16th, 26 students from the NFA Main Combined Bands performed at the NYSSMA Adjudication Festival. They earned a silver rating on level 4 performance. 23 students from orchestra, 14 from chorus, and 7 from band participated in the NYSSMA solo festivals on May 11th, May 18th, and May 19th. All students earned high ratings on their solo performances. Students performing level 6 and all-state solos will be considered for area all-state and all-state honors ensembles. On May 22nd, the NFA Main Chamber Strings performed for the National Honor Society induction ceremony. The students were happy to provide music for parents and guests before the ceremony, and the singers performed the Star Spangled Banner at the start of the program. That is all.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Damona Grant. I am a junior class senator and I attend the main campus. Our NFA Junior ROTC got to experience a C-17 incentive flight from the 105th Airlift Wing at Stewart Eng Base this past Wednesday, June 5th, 2024. The cadet got to watch an in-flight air fueling exercise as well as low-level flying over Lake George, New York. That evening, they also held their Air Force Junior ROTC National Award Ceremony. We gave out over 25 national awards. Youth and government students Vivian Gage and Omari Jones toured the state capitol and met with Senator Skoukis. Several CTE programs went to GAMS to have a career exploration day for grades K through 5 last week. This was an amazing opportunity for NFA students to positively impact our younger generation. The Colonnade will be published this week. It features writing, artwork, and photography from over 50 different NFA students. Also, their co-presidents, Malia Robinson and Vivian Gage, are graduating. On May 31st, students from NFA's Advanced Dance Team volunteered at GAMS Pre-K Spring Fling. The dancers had a blast sharing the dance floor with the pre-K students. The annual end of the year coffee house was on June 7th in NFA's Black Box Theater. Under the direction of NFA dance teacher Mandy Clifford, students from various performing arts programs shared songs and dances as they honored the class of 2024. Music teacher Dr. Paul Carroll performed as well as students from each grade and arts programs at NFA. Thank you, and here is a video to showcase some of the material we have just shared.
Thank you for another amazing presentation about the wonderful things happening in our high school buildings. Thank you so much. It's always so nice to see you guys. I am going to move to item 1.5, Project Search. Mr. Christopher Bayer, our Assistant Superintendent for Exceptional Learners, will present an update and student recognition for our Project Search program. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Madam Dr. Manning Campbell, Board President and members of the board, executive team, and general public. Thank you for the opportunity to have this time to recognize students who have recently completed a program under the Exceptional Learner Division called Project Search. We have members of the team here today, and we're going to give you a brief presentation so you can understand how wonderful this is and really where it fits into the entire scope of support that we provide to our exceptional learners. As a backdrop to the board and to the public, when students turn 15 years old, they are required to have a transition plan. It is, in the IEP, it is meant to be an active process where we have to go through a range of conversations and planning with the families to ensure that when our students leave our high school, that they're equipped to deal with the adult world. College and career readiness, as you know, is a theme that's more than just rhetoric. It's really for all students, but especially for students who are exceptional learners, this becomes very important because for some kids, the work we do with them while they're in high school is the difference between a life of dignity and economy and family and a life of despair. The students that are in Project Search are in our 1212 programs. We're blessed to have one of our young men here today, Gio, right? You can just sit, but we'll come and get you in a second. We have a second student we're searching for, but I don't know if he's going to be here. There are two of the students who recently graduated. We're now in our third year? Second full year. During COVID, we started it, and we'd like to introduce the team. This is Doris Lopez, our transition specialist. This is Dr. Rola Catarina, who is our special ed teacher, many years in the district, who's worn many hats. And Goldie Siglio is one of our teaching assistants who will help support the program as well. So I'm going to step you through the presentation so you really understand the breadth and scope of how wonderful a program this is.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Manning Campbell. Nice to see you all. And I'd like to also invite Miss Jacqueline Reed, who's our New York State, one of our really great partners. She's part of State Ed Access VR, and she's part of our team as well. So while we frequently discuss equity and inclusion, a lot of times we forget our students with disabilities. And I would like to begin this presentation by highlighting to you all that the unemployment and poverty rates in New York State are significantly higher for individuals with disability than they are for individuals without disabilities. This discrepancy underlines why our focus and why we started the Career Ladders program and what our goal is. Project Search is meant to be deliberate in how we prepare our students for the workforce. Our goal is to ensure that we adequately prepare students with disabilities for integrated and competitive employment within their own communities. How do I go to the next slide? So at NFA, when students first come into the ungraded population of students, when they first come in, they go into our step one. And that's really the stepping stone for our work program. They do academics, but we also focus on them gaining personal skills, community skills, interpersonal skills. So it's really the foundation. They're getting to know the staff in the building and starting to develop self-advocacy skills at the high school. When we move on to step two of our job training program, our students also do the same, but they also go out to work 2 days a week. And this group of students go out to Market 32, and they go 2 days a week for 2 hours a day. And they go on, our host business is Market 32, and they attend classes at NFA, but they also go out into the workforce 2 days a week. Moving on to our career ladders, our Step 3 program is our job training program. And this again is a group of 8 to 12 students that participate in job training. And this is also a transition to work program that allows students to gain valuable work skills. These students go out 4 days a week for 3 hours each day. They get to come back to NFA and do lunch and electives, and they do also do academics there. And this program runs on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, and they typically go out from grades 2 to 6. And for all these programs, all the students go out with their teachers and teaching assistants who serves as skills trainer and job coaches on the job site. Moving on to Project Search. Project Search is a complete workplace immersion program where we have a host business, which for us is Crystal Run, and our interns have an opportunity to rotate through 3 different internships while they're at Crystal Run. So we get to do departments like radiology, they're in the lab, they're in patient services, they're in nursing services. So they spend a year rotating through these jobs in an effort for them to gain more complex work skills. The goal after our Project Search program is for them to gain greater independence. So our students no longer take the school bus. They no longer are provided with lunch from our school district. They're responsible. It's preparing them for the real world. So once the school bus stops, there isn't going to be another bus taking you to work. So we help families learn how to navigate those systems and how to help them prepare to get to work independently, to prepare their own lunches. They're integrated into the culture of Crystal Run as if they're employees there. So they all have badges, they have to get in, they have to follow rules, they have to dress accordingly. So they're considered employees of Crystal Run. Project Search originated in Cincinnati Children's Hospital, and as of today, there's 731 programs across the US with over, I believe, 48 abroad. And their success rate is 75% across the board of employment rate for students with disabilities. And now I'm gonna turn it over to Dr. DeCaterina, who will explain what a day looks like at Crystal Run.
She's very passionate about Project Search, and she could go on for another hour or two. So as she started to elaborate, the interns spend their entire day at Crystal Run. They are no longer at NFA. It is a full internship immersion at the professional work site. As she mentioned also, they are fully onboarded. They go through the human resource process, through human resources. They have Crystal Run IDs. They are treated as Crystal Run employees. They are trained by our skills trainer, Goldie Siglio. They also go through very intensive curriculum with me. There's a very extensive Project Search curriculum that covers financial independence, transportation, like Doris hinted on. They do not take the school bus. They have to learn how to navigate public transportation. They come to and from the program every day on their own. They also have to navigate the building on their own. Of course, they're taught everything by their skills trainer, Goldie. After they spend their morning with me going through the curriculum, and then they're taught whatever tasks that are involved in their individual department. Now, there are 4 to 6 or maybe 7 different departments in Crystal Run where our interns might have a role. They get the opportunity to participate in 3 separate internship departments throughout the year so that they have a range of opportunities to learn a different skill set. Our interns, well, we have one here, we would have had 2, but our interns this year had the opportunity to serve in and learn in radiology, patient services, nursing services, and the lab. We have some pictures to illustrate some of the opportunities that you saw, that you'll be able to see that they had. But also throughout this professional learning experience, they are taught punctuality, reliability, teamwork. They are not relying on a teaching assistant or a teacher or a bell schedule. They have to either wear a watch or figure out somehow to know what time their break is, what time they need to report to their break or to their next department. If they were in the lab, for example, they had a morning lab and an afternoon lab. They ate and worked and served with the rest of the Crystal Run staff. They worked alongside doctors and MAs, secretarial staff, the facilities workers, the materials management. So they have a very broad experience of interacting in a professional work experience and navigating through their day, through the whole year. That's very different than being in a school setting with, the guidance of an instructor and a skills trainer. We're not called teacher and teaching assistant, but they build their independence and they learn to go to their department manager, to the MA, to the doctor, to the department manager, to the department, the building operations manager works very closely with us. And they know that she runs the building, but they know that she can come to them with a task and say, Gio, I have a project for you this afternoon. There are boxes of letters on my desk that have to be sorted through, some shredded and some filed. They learn about HIPAA. They know how to follow those rules and regulations. So up here on the screen, you can see what a typical day is for them. And it's a typical business day for an employee at any professional setting. During our year at Crystal Run, through different opportunities that Doris has set up with some of our partners, and you'll hear from Jackie, we had the opportunity to visit Hudson Valley Credit Union. They learned about banking, checking, savings accounts. We went to Orange County Job Fair. We took a trip and spent a day with the Department of Labor. They opened up library cards so they can see opportunities for them to go out into the community and be more active now that they know how to use the paratransit so that they can get around and also possibly socialize in the community so that when they do get jobs, they can be independent and use the transportation, not have to rely on someone to take them where they need to go. They also had a very awesome opportunity, and you might see one of the pictures if you look closely, to come here to the Board of Ed and have an opportunity to have a mock interview experience with our human resources people here. So that's also something that we teach through the curriculum and through this experience is their interview skills and their speaking skills. There's a picture of them when they were dressed professionally for how they would dress for an interview, for a job interview. That's something that's covered in our curriculum that I teach them. Some of the skills that they learn during their internship were highlighted up there. Those were some of the departments, as I mentioned. That's Gio over there in the lab. On the left, that's Jordy, who's not here. If you go a little bit forward, one of the things they also have to do is part of their internship, because they're learning how to interview, their public speaking skills, their communication skills. They are typically students with developmental disabilities. So communication is one of their areas of difficulty, one of their biggest areas of difficulty. So we work on twice rotation. They have meetings that they have to conduct. They conduct with 6 to 8 different members at their meetings. After they're evaluated, they are evaluated on their job skills by the members of Crystal Run. Their job performance is evaluated by them, not by me, and that's reviewed at their meetings. And so this would have been Jordy's presentation. This is a sample of what he does at his meeting. So he would presenting who he is, tell you what departments he was an intern in. He was in the lab, radiology, patient services, and nursing. These were some of his responsibilities in the lab. And, it's also a bit of a step up from some of the work that they do in the work program when they go to Market 32 or Price Chopper, where they might be folding boxes or packaging seafood or something like that. Jordy was a greeter. He assisted patients with check-in. He would direct patients to the departments. He worked in the lab. So this was Jordy's part of his presentation, and I'm sorry that he didn't make it because he's very proud of his speaking abilities. But Gio is here. Gio, come up.
Hello, my name is Tia Serrano. It was a intern in nursing radiology and a lab. In nursing, I clean rooms. I take gas for doctors. I scan the supplies and I check expiration dates. My favorite down my favorite thing was doing the gaps.
Thank you.
So if I could explain what gaps are, is in the morning when Gio goes into the nursing departments, there's a stack of papers like this high for each doctor that it's like all their patients they're gonna see in that day. So Gio has to staple them, he has to highlight what to do now, so what all the patient needs to do on that day during their visit, he staples them, he has to separate it by doctor, and then he has to deliver it to the doctor's mailbox. So that's what gaps are. These are our program partners in Project Search. We work with New York State Access VR. Crystal Run is a huge partner. Capabilities is our employment agency, so they provide job coaching and job development through Access VR. And we do have additional partners that we partner with, independent living centers, Orange County Paratransit, Dunkin' Donuts actually has a really great conference room, which we use as our conference room during transition weeks. So they're really great about allowing us use of that space during that time. We work with the Office of People with Developmental Disabilities, Life Plan, Care Design, Tri-County. And as you see in this diagram, so each step is meant to build on the other. That's why it's a ladder. And steps 1, 2, and 3, we're just starting to get our students to develop those very important soft skills that they need on the job. When we get into step 4 in Project Search, one of the things that we work really, really hard to do is to make sure our students are connected to adult serving agencies. So we make sure they're connected to OPWDD. We make sure that they're connected to Access VR. We help families apply for paratransit, which is the method that a lot of our students use to get to Crystal Run independently, and they have to pay 75 cents one way in order to use that bus transportation system. We have employment planning meetings for each internship rotation. They have to do 2 employment planning meetings, which include all our partners, the students, and the families, just to make sure we're on target for employment. So we make sure that there's a bridge to adult services, and families are a really big part of that. And here's Jordy. So Jordy, come introduce yourself, Jordy. Just introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Jordan Martinez, and I was an intern in the lab, radiology, and patient services and nursing. In the lab, I clean all the countertops, the test tube racks, and equipment. I checked and unpacked supplies, recorded temperatures. I emailed other departments and did other rounds to get samples and inventory. I recorded packing slips. In radiology, I brought patients back to exam rooms. I prepared supplies for CT scans and MRIs, and I prepared patient schedule letters for mailing. In patient services, I greeted patients as they entered the building. I helped patients check in with the QR code answers and questions and collected equipment drop-off. In nursing, I cleaned rooms between patients, stopped draws, and checked expiration dates. The skills I learned at Crystal Run are communication skills, punctuation, stalking, filing, following directions, independence, computer skills, login, inventory.
Nice job, guys. Jordy, thank you for coming. We were so nervous. I was shaking the whole time because I knew he was going to shine tonight. So, Gio, by the way, is an amazing Zumba dancer, and some other day maybe we can invite him and have you. I'm telling you, he's amazing. Like, he can run a Zumba class. He's that good. I just learned that today. I watched the video. So I forgot, I neglected, I was nervous because Jordy was supposed to be here. We weren't where he was, but I didn't introduce Jackie Reed, who is our case manager. I don't know your official title.
I'm a vocational rehabilitation counselor.
Okay, for Access VR.
Yes.
We get yelled at all the time for using acronyms in this room. Access VR stands
Oh
for,
my gosh, Adult Career and Continuing Education Services. Access is the State Department, and we're the vocational rehabilitation branch.
so Jackie's just going to say 4 things about what they do, just so you understand the connection. This is why we need to do this, because you need to understand that in the 3 ladders, it's about us helping kids get ready. The 4th ladder is about handing these young adults over to the agencies that are critical. Without these agencies, as you've heard from Doris, our kids are significantly unemployed or underemployed in this state when you have a disability. These agencies have the ability to mitigate that, and they stay with our young adults after we are no longer working with them. That is not part of the first 3 ladders. There are very strict rules, sometimes I don't like their rules, about when they're allowed to begin to introduce themselves to our young adults. They're not allowed to come into the picture until almost their last year, maybe last 6 months. I keep losing track of the rules. You have to have this piece, otherwise our students leave here with virtually nothing. So I'm gonna let Jackie give 4 little things she'll say, and I think we'll be done at that point.
I like to talk, but I'll try and be brief. Yes. Access VR, we have a statewide memorandum of agreement with Project Search, so there are Project Search programs throughout New York State. I think the key word here is immersive. It's very distinct from a work-based program where the students go out and then come back. I really wished everybody could have the experience of meeting with the students at the beginning of the year and then the end of the year to see all the growth, not just in vocational skills, but social, emotional. It's really quite astounding. I would just, it is a braided funding stream, so Access VR. In the 22-23 academic year, we provided over $30,000 worth of skills training to the students while they were in Project Search. Typically, Access VR, we cannot work with students during the school day in the sense of doing that, but because of Project Search and the unique partnership with Access VR, we are able to do that. Yes, we can now work, we want to work with students younger and sooner so that we also can participate and go through this ladder. I hope that I serve as an expert consultant through the Project Search and working with the students. I would just say that I worked with Access VR for almost 14 years. I've worked with multiple schools in Orange County, and there's nothing like Project Search in Orange County. It is really a feather in the cap of NFA to do this, and I'd like to see it open to other school districts.
So you heard that $30,000 that we get from the community, we pay $300. That's what it costs for this amazing program. So we do have certificates for the 2 young men. So Jordy and Gio, if you don't mind coming up. Joy. I'm gonna go stand over there. This is yours. Oh, we got 2 by mistake, sorry. Okay, we'll work it out, so. Thank you, Jordy. Wanna go up there?
Thank you, Mr. Bayer, and our amazing students and staff who help support their work. Jumping back to item 1.4. Next, we will be recognizing our Regional Spelling Bee winner and NECSD Spelling Bee winners. Before I introduce Dr. Freeman Mack, we'd like to play a brief video of our Regional Spelling Bee winner, Eli McNair's recent trip to our New York State Assembly to visit Assemblyman Jonathan Jacobson, who was instrumental in this trip. The voice you hear introducing Eli is our very own retired teacher turned Assemblyman, Mr. Christopher Eakes. We are so thankful that our scholars are celebrated in the Assembly. We thank both Assemblyman Jonathan Jacobson and Assemblyman Christopher Eakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to introduce a constituent of mine, a young scholar, Eli McNair. He's a spelling bee champion, and he won the local spelling bee competition. He then went on and won the regionals, and he went on to compete with 200 other young scholars in Washington, D.C. He is joined today by his mother, his sister Erin, Dr. Natasha Freeman Mack, who is the Assistant Superintendent of the City of Newburgh Enlarged City School District, and Maria Push Cancer, Director of Middle Level Education. He is currently in the 8th grade at South Middle School. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like you to introduce the CHAMPION to the House and offer the courtesies and the cordialities. Thank you.
Certainly. On behalf of Mr. Jacobson, the Speaker, and all of the members here of the Assembly, Eli, we welcome you. You have already made amazing accomplishments in your life. I am sure that they will continue with all of your hard work and practice. You don't become a spelling bee champion just by hanging out or watching your phone. So continue with that good practice. Keep up the good work for the Newburgh Enlarged City School District, for which my heart is going out to, having taught there for many years. And congratulations to your family and all that were part of this. So thank you for joining us today, and I hope you enjoy the proceedings.
So I'd like to have Eli come and join me. Hi, Eli. So Eli has this amazing plaque from Orange Ulster BOCES. It is really beautiful. It says Learning for Life. It's for the first place regional spelling bee for 2024. So I would like to very much present it to him. So there are some people in the audience that I'm going to introduce you to and call up shortly. But before I do, I want to say to each and every one of those young minds that I'm about to call up, stand up, Eli. He went to the B, all of you can too. You guys are amazing. Okay. I want to speak this way. So Eli went to the B, and he went to the B because seventh and eighth graders have to go. That's when you get to compete. But every single one of you is going to go there too. Because I keep saying what we always say, Dr. Campbell, there's more of us coming. So just to explain some information, so with our first and second grade students, we had 60 students competing on the stage. We were there for 4 hours. Those children could spell beyond belief. They exhausted the words that were like at a fifth grade level. We were floored. It was really an amazing event to see from first and second graders. So I'll call them up now. Eva Mendez, I'm sorry, I'm gonna go in a different order. So for third place, it was Maya Lokala from Horizons on the Hudson. You can come on up if I call your name and you're here. Second place was Aiden Ramos from Temple Hill. Stand right over there. And our first place winner, and this girl is a beast with spelling words. Her name is Eva Mendez. She is absolutely amazing. So I'm going to call up for the third and fourth grade and fifth and sixth, and then we'll take a whole picture together. For the third and fourth grade B, we had 45 students on the stage. It didn't take 4 hours, but it was about 2.5. It was pretty good too. Third place was William Rouet from Temple Hill. Second place, and yes, they are related, was Angel Mendez. This young man, like his sister, beast with the spelling words, amazing. And our first place winner was Elizabeth Fitty from Fostertown. For the grade 5 and 6 spelling bee, our third place winner was Nathaniel Jacinto from Meadow Hill. Our second place was Arissa Guerin from Heritage. And our first place winner, he was pretty amazing, Noah St. Preux from Bombville. Yeah, Noah read the email. He brought that trophy. Hold up that trophy, young man. There you go. What's important to understand about the spelling bee is we're coming back every year, so please believe in the bee. The second thing is creating these extended learning opportunities outside of the classroom is so imperative because it allows students to just shine in their natural element. So we'll continue to support our students, to praise our students, and most of all, to celebrate them. Thank you.
Okay, a couple of things. We're moving to public comment on agenda items. We have 3 people signed up, but we also have a hard stop at 7 o'clock for a public hearing. So we're going to go as far as we can at the moment. Mr. McCoy.
The first person signed up to speak on agenda items is Ms. Vanessa Nisperaus. Is Vanessa here? No? The next person signed up on agenda items is Ms. Stacy Moran.
Thank you. I'll start over. Good evening. My name is Stacy Moran, and I'm the president of the Newburgh Teachers Association. Last night, the NTA voted to support the NECSD revised budget for the 24-25 school year. We did not do this because the revised budget is better than the first. It is not. It still cuts 66 NTA positions. These cuts eliminate AIS teachers, CTE teachers, elementary teachers, English teachers, teachers of family and career skills, foreign language teachers, guidance counselors, a health teacher, math teachers, PE teachers, a nurse, science teachers, school psychologists, social studies teachers, social workers, 16 teaching assistants, and a technology teacher. The NTA is supporting the budget for a very simple reason. Contingency budgets hurt kids. If the revised budget does not pass, the district would have to cut approximately $2 million more out of the budget. Even if the additional cuts did not include any more reductions to teachers or teaching assistants, if you cut only curriculum supplies or field trips or maintenance and technology equipment, these cuts in some way would still hurt kids. And knowing that a contingency budget would hurt our students, we have chosen to support the revised budget. We are also choosing to have faith in the members of the NECSD Board of Education. If the revised budget passes, the Board of Ed has the power to change the way the monies have been allocated, just like you did at the May 28th, 2024 meeting in item 9.7, when you transferred $1.2 million to cover additional special education costs. You have the power to replace NTA positions that have been lost. You could choose to not to hire, the associate superintendents. You could change the way the district spends the money that the NECSD community has entrusted in your care, so it works best for the kids without the restrictions of having a contingency budget and without the loss of $2 million. In this time when social media has taken the place of face-to-face conversations, I am here tonight to say to you in person that this is not personal or political. It is about what is best for the students and the community we all serve. Sometimes we have to make the best choice out of 2 bad options. The NTA is choosing to support the budget, and we hope that the community will vote yes, because we know contingency budgets hurt kids. And we know that once the budget passes, the members of the Board of Education have the power to change the way the money is spent. You can stop the cutting of the people that have the most direct contact with students. And next year, you can make sure that the budget process is transparent and communicated to all stakeholders in a timely manner. We are putting our trust in you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have one more speaker signed up. The clock says 5 minutes, but we really have 4 minutes. So, okay. So, want to go with it or we're done?
You would have to have a pause in the meeting until 7 when the public hearing starts, sir. You want to have a quick 3-minute recess?
Sure.
That'd be up to you.
Do I need a motion for a recess? School budget. Ms. Roaring will make a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Duray. Board of Education, we are here to review the public hearing on our revised budget. We presented that budget to the board on May 30th. The revised budget does include an increase year-over-year in spending of 7%. It also includes a proposed tax levy increase of 2.48%. When we look at the tax levy calculation, the current proposed tax levy for next year would be $113.6 million, which is $2.7 million more than it is this year. There are various sources of revenue. We bucket them into state sources of revenue, federal sources, local sources, and then one-time funds. Our state sources of revenue total $225 million for next year, which is a $12 million increase, substantially less than it was from 23 to 24. Our federal sources are relatively flat. This is primarily a Medicaid reimbursement. Our local sources do include an increase of $4.2 million. 2.7 of that would come from an increase in the property tax levy, and there would also be an increase in various other revenue sources at the local level. We also have a significant increase in the use of our one-time funds. We have increased the use of appropriated reserves from 1.3 to 3.5 million for next year, and our appropriated fund balance from 2.7 to 7.8. Our total year-over-year budget proposed is $358.9 million. We look at the various sources of state aid, and one of the things we really want to draw attention to is that from 23 to 24, we saw a significant uptick in our foundation aid as the last and final year of fully funding foundation aid. This year, we saw an increase of less than 3.5 million. But our total state aid did increase by 12 million. Some of the other sources of revenue include pilot payments or payments in lieu of taxes, interest and penalties on taxes that are paid late, utility taxes, interfund transfers, appropriated reserves, appropriated fund balance, and we also have an interest earnings number in that other revenue. When we look at the three-part budget, the state prescribes that we break that up into administration expenses, capital, and program. In 24-25, administration would be 7.8 of that budget, capital would be just under 9%, and program would be more than 83% of the budget going into 25 as it was for 24. The annual budget vote, proposition first would be around the revised budget, which is $358.9 million. There is also a runoff election for 2 school board members. The vote will occur on June 18th. Polls are again open from noon to 9 like they were last time. That's it.
Any questions on Ms. Roaring's presentation? Ms. Spillier?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just had some thoughts that I wanted to share as I was going over this today and going over some things I felt remiss in not addressing. That again, there seems to be misinformation being circulated on social media. I understand that being a new board member involves a learning curve, but one must be willing to learn. All personalities put to the side, I'd like to take this opportunity to explain the main roles of the trustees. Number 1, to review and adopt policy. Number 2, to hire and evaluate the superintendent. And number 3, to review and adopt the budget. The board's involvement of the budget should follow from the presentation of the accurate, factual, and statistical information by the professionals in the district's administration in arriving at a budget consistent with the interests of our students and the board's goals and district missions. At this point, the budget has been adopted by the board. Board members in their official capacity must not be speaking publicly, online, or elsewhere to discourage or promote this budget. It is the fiduciary duty to stay neutral. This is not to say, as private citizens, opinions on the budget may not be expressed. Such opinions, though, must not be expressed in one's official capacity as a board member. If the calculations bear out to be correct for this contingent budget, you're setting a lower platform for the local levies for future budgets. This means overall less money for our scholars, which is why we're all here. This means poor fiscal health for our district, as we are not allowed to use local revenue, not just this year, but in future fiscal years, which would also affect collective bargaining in the years to come. And I understand that there may be a desire to be an agent of change. You can still be an agent of change with a passed budget. That needs to be made clear. The professional aspect of school governance is being disregarded. It's very strange that people would solicit information from non-experts portraying themselves as an expert on social media. I would ask the community for shrewdness when reading things on social media. It would be wise to ask oneself, is this person qualified to be a superintendent? If the answer is no, then it's probably not a valid source of information. It might also be wise to question the motives of those putting out the misinformation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any questions further from the board? Mr. Stewart?
Yeah, I'd like to address that about misinformation. I, for one, have posted on social media, and a lot of the information I get directly from the budget that was proposed right online, that's available to the public. A great example is, the item 1040-126. I thought this was a clerical error, to tell you the truth. The clerk is a raise of 34,000, 33%. I thought it was a 3.3% raise, and I thought it was a clerical error, just like you guys did in the book, which is fine. But the board's job is also oversight. So that's what I'm here to do. We're overseeing the taxpayers' money, not only from New York State, but from local. There's a lot of stuff in here that has a lot of questions, and that's why I'm here. Another great example is item 1670-435, contract services for printing. Last year was $15,000. This year's budget is $428,000. A reasonable person would say, why? What's the explanation? I know we have a printing place on Chestnut Street where we're doing in-house printing. Why would that jump from $15,000 to over $428,000? I think anybody with a reasonable mind would ask why. Thank you.
Ms. Belletti?
I concur, Mr. Stewart. You are in the position of oversight, and you should be asking questions. What I disagree with is people getting information from non-experts and seeking their information there. But absolutely, we should all be asking questions and getting answers here.
Ms. Boucher?
Hi. So the word misinformation gets used a lot in this room. And I want to be very clear that information I have is from NYSBA. It's also hard to swallow that there were contract extensions put through for the cabinet when you said it was a 2-year process. So if we knew money was running out, but the cabinet still got extensions, that's a hard pill to swallow from the public. I also want to touch on contingency for a second, because that's been brought up. Per NYSBA, with amending and revising the contingency budget, as an incoming board, as newly constituted at the annual organizational meeting, may make adjustments to the contingency budget adopted by the predecessor board, provided that the district continues to maintain the educational program as required by statute and regulation. Adjustments to the contingency budget may exceed the cap only when actual enrollment exceeds projections, used to calculate the budget or to expend gifts, grants, aid, or insurance proceeds. Also coming down to bargaining units, it says, according to the law and decisions of the Commissioner of Education, teachers, principals, and teaching assistants fall within the class of persons to whom a school board may grant salary increases during a contingency budget. Increases in salaries for non-instructional employees subject to collective bargaining agreement are authorized as a contractual obligation to the district. However, non-instructional employees who are not members of a collective bargaining unit and employees designated by the Public Employment Relations Board as management or confidential may not receive a salary increase during a contingency budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shaw, if you could comment on some of that.
I think the board member was referring to information from the New York State School Boards Association school law text. What she read is accurate, but it doesn't tell a whole story about what a board has the authority to do with a past budget, let alone a contingency budget. And there are actually a myriad of cases decided by the commissioner showing where the flexibility is and isn't. So I don't think it would be a fair takeaway that the board is disempowered if there is a past budget. You have oversight, you have authority, and that's something for you to exercise and debate, discuss as a whole board.
Dr. Manning Campbell?
I want to go back to your first comment. Could you repeat, I wasn't clear, Ms. Boucher, when you indicated that 2 years ago, so repeat that so I can respond to it.
You made a comment in the last meeting that said you had been working on this budget for 2 years and you knew what the outcome was going to be. So from a personal perspective, forget who I'm related to or who I know. Just seeing what had taken place, to me, doesn't make sense. So I'm not saying no one's entitled to a raise. It's just in the circumstances that we're in, I don't feel that was the most responsible choice.
So let me respond to you. The circumstances we are in is that we are being fiscally responsible. We can continue to not raise taxes, but it is unfair for we also have contracts as members of the cabinet, and our contracts also have raises built into it. I myself also, in my contract, and I'll be glad to share it with you, there is a provision in my contract that I have the opportunity as a chief executive officer of the district to negotiate at the end of every June. So in our contracts, they're also voted upon by the Board of Education, are also raises embedded in our contract. I've also said, I don't want us to paint this picture that the district is broke. That's not the issue. The issue is that we're going to be responsible moving forward because for the past 2 years that I've been here, we've been analyzing the budget, how we begin to right-size a ship, because we have not raised taxes over the last 9 years, and it is not responsible. We can afford our contracts, and we can continue to kick this can down the road for the next 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. It is not responsible not to raise taxes. That is our recommendation. But please do not misrepresent what I'm saying. And that's not only for you, it's for everyone here. We're not broke. We're being responsible and driving revenue. It's as if we keep going to our savings accounts and not replenishing our money. But we do have a savings. However, that savings has to be utilized in the case of an emergency. But we can continue to go down the path of 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. That's fine, but it's not responsible. And as the educational leader, that's not something I would recommend or propose, but it's not up to me. You know, we make recommendations and the Board of Education votes, we discuss, and we talk about it, and there's been an entire process. So please, I don't want anyone to believe that, the district is out of money. If we were, we would not have honored any contracts, because many of our contracts cost millions of dollars.
Thank you, Dr. Manning Campbell. Mr. Levinstein, please.
So I just want to point out that I don't think we should deny our employees raises. I don't think we should deny our teachers raises. I don't think
Conversation with the numbers that we were given. And I hope that the three of us that came in get some grace in the fact that it's 9,000 pages to read and to decipher. So please give us that grace. When we're asking questions, it's not to, stick it to you. It's really not. It's to find out the answer. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Manning Campbell?
Yes, we understand that. But I think I also said last week, yes, every single board member can make recommendations to the budget and is taken under advisement. from me as the educational leader. Yes, you can tell me this is what you think, this is what you know, but I also want you to bear in mind that if 9 of you represent 9 different budgets, there's a 10th one from me and the administrative body who actually have the entire scope of the district. And so that is what I'm hoping to bring to the table, that we are all professionals in our right. We have the expertise, and we are leading with one goal and one mission, and it's about elevating the lives of every single scholar and ensuring that every single scholar has an opportunity to be greater than they were the day before. So this idea or this notion that we need to be told what to do with $358 million, we feel a bit slighted because we know and we understand how hard we've been working to ensure that we are fiscally responsible. So the folks who are sitting on this dais with me, my administrative body, we work sometimes 15, 18-hour days. This is something that we pour our heart into, and it's important that the community understands that we take this very seriously, and we want what's best for kids. So we are not here just sitting and throwing numbers around pejoratively. We know that we need to ensure that we are making things work for students, every single student, with an expanded scope.
Thank you, Dr. Manicam. Mr. Stewart, you had your hand up?
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry. I was not against the raise originally until I started looking at the line-by-line items. That's when I decided that I don't think the budget should pass. I don't believe there was enough input put into it because I found errors in there, mathematical errors that shouldn't have been in there. And a $360 million or
Point of order.
$58 million budget.
Point of order. Mr. Stewart, you're speaking in your capacity as an individual citizen, not as a board member right now. The budget
Yes, ma'am.
has been passed
Yes,
by the board for presentation to the public.
thank you. I guess I'll stop there.
Boucher.
To Dr. Manning Campbell's point, we're all human, so the way you feel is the same way the public feels. And I want you to understand that. Some people feel slighted in that there's not a lot of transparency. Some people feel like they can't say certain things. So we were elected here to do that, and I want to do that in a cohesive manner. So as I understand there's frustration all around. I understand to feel slighted. I can see where that would come from. But please understand that the public feels the same way.
Dr. Manning.
I don't want us to do this dance. I want to share with you we've had many opportunities for the public to be a part of this process. And every single document that we produce, it's on our district website. So we've had plenty of town halls, virtual, in person. And so, yes, folks may still feel that they need additional information, but those individuals have to come to our attention. This is a great forum for that, because as a body of trustees, we represent one. And so to hear that the public has concerns, I'm not receiving any of those concerns. So it would be great if the public could share those concerns with me so I can have a response for the public. But to hear in this very forum that the public doesn't feel that it's transparent, I really don't understand what that means. I don't.
Thank you. Would anybody in the public care to speak? Mr. Harvey.
I got it. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. President, Superintendent. The budget, when people talk about the numbers that was put up, tells the story, right? I mean, my mayor, his favorite saying, women lie, kids lie, children lie, but numbers don't lie. So when you look at these numbers, right? Like, how much does salary eats up our budget? And the pensions and all of this. So, and then everybody get raises. But we pick and choose who we target because they want a raise, right? And everybody is fair to get a raise if they deserve that raise. So we have to be careful because we are here for our kids. And I know that, I hope that everyone that's sitting around this table is here for the kids. Because it's so important, as the NTA said, she didn't agree with the budget, but she for the budget. Because we understand, if this budget doesn't pass, the impact that it's gonna have on our scholars. And that's what we should be looking at.
Mr. Harvey, excuse me 1 second. Can we stop the timer? There is no timer on public comments.
Oh. It's gonna be, I ain't got too much more to say anyway. But you know, so let's put our feelings aside, man. You know, and when people say, listen, I'm black. I don't speak for every black person in the city of Newburgh, and I'm tired of people thinking I do. Just because I'm the president of NAACP. I don't. So when people say the community, say the people that you speak to. Because the people in my community, I haven't heard that. So make sure that, again, when you speak correctly. Because I am in these streets every day, trying to make sure the scholars and this community is taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, please approach.
Good evening, Superintendent, board members. Obviously, there's a lot of passion when it comes to discussing this budget. And I can say that when I stood before this body before, I'm a recent resident, and I did not have a chance to look through the budget. On my phone right now, I have the line item budget, looking through the line items. To the point of this gentleman, from a community standpoint, I understand that perhaps some members of the community don't have questions. I can say that folks that I've spoken to do have questions. In regards to salaries, some of the line items that I've read through, and to the point they may be mathematical errors, admittedly, I did not check the math. But working in the private sector, when you see raises, normally, if I'm thinking raise and I'm thinking cost of living, I'm thinking the inflation rate, which I believe right now sits around 3.5, if I'm not mistaken, minus 1 or 2 points. But normally you would think something like a 5 or 6% raise is not only sufficient, but generous. So and to your point, looking at the numbers and looking at the percentages, if you see something like a 33% raise, that raises a flag. In the private sector, you would have to justify, what am I doing to garner that type of raise? Now, I'm certainly not taking anything away from the work of this body. My family has been in education for a combination of 50 somewhat years, and each and every one of you deserve praise, resources, raises. I'm not arguing that. But especially from someone who just started looking at the budget, I think that gives me a unique perspective of John Q. taxpayer who's looking at the budget and wondering, where are my taxes going? I believe it was another member of the board who used language and had to rephrase himself, because obviously as a board member, you have to use delicate language, you have to choose your words carefully. Obviously, I do not have those shackles, but I can say, to an extent, you have to sell the budget to the public. They have to be confident in their board, and the board wants the support of the public. It should not be a contentious issue. This should not be a fight. We are all of one goal, and that is making sure that we maximize the resources for the children of the community. Simple as that.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? I see in the back.
Good evening, everyone. I don't know how to turn it on. Oh, it's on. Good evening, everyone. Most of you all know me, but my name is Shade Burks. I think it's important to say that when we represent the community, you do make sure that you state that correctly, because you don't represent all of the community. You represent the community that you've spoken to, and the community that you've gotten advice from, or the community that you've gotten questions from. You don't represent the whole community. Also, I'm a TA, so I'm not in agreement with teachers getting cut, TAs getting touched, TAs getting cut, social workers getting cut. My son is an exceptional learner. This year, he has progressed phenomenally. He's had the best social worker. He loves his social worker. So to know that he may be cut, that's a disadvantage, and that kind of hurts. But as a TA, I can say that I don't want to say we do most of the work, but we do a lot of hands-on work. So we deserve raises and stuff too. So as a TA, I can say that sometimes when I see people at the top getting major raises and major budget raises, it's like, okay, well, we're down here with the kids and we're doing all the work and they're sitting behind the desk. But I have to understand it from their point. They went to school, they've earned their degrees, they're not just sitting at their desk, they're looking over paperwork and making sure everything is in place. So you gotta understand it from both point of views. And again, I wouldn't say speak on the whole community, speak on the community that you have talked to. I'm out here in these streets, I'm boots to the ground, I speak to the community. And yes, some of them do have questions about the budget, and some of them are okay with the budget. I think what we all need to come to terms with here is that we are all here for the children. If you guys continue to cut down this budget, it's gonna hurt the children in the long run, and it's gonna be more money out of the taxpayers' pocket. One other thing, I should have said this in public comments, but congratulations to all of the new board members that are seated up here. I would hope and pray that this is not a continuance of last year, and that at these board meetings, I'm not sitting here for 3 hours with my cup of Dunkin' Donuts coffee watching you guys argue and bicker with each other. I will hope that we're on this board for the children and not for personal vendettas against anyone. I hope that you guys all work together. I congratulate you guys, and I'm gonna keep coming with questions from the public and from the community like I always do. Have a great night.
Thank you. Could you shut your mic, Mr. Stewart? Okay. Would anybody else? Go ahead, Tracy.
Hi. What I say about the budget, my confusion on the budget would be with security. I know that recently there was a hire of the former City of Newburgh Commissioner as the head of security, and the concern, I speak to parents a lot. I have many hats. I'm representing myself. I know that I'm affiliated with a lot of different community events, and I attend a lot of things on the weekends. The concern the parents still have is the guidance in the schools, the guidance counseling in the schools. And my worry about the budget is, is the money going towards what the students need as far as guidance, as far as the teacher assistants? And like Sade said, the teacher assistants are really hands-on, and the students really excel when they feel the love in their classroom. And I've seen this myself. I know that growing up, we have really great teachers, all of us. I'm sure they have a favorite teacher in mind. And then they have teachers that they could have really not have been in that class, if they could choose. So there are teachers I still get from the parents that some of the students feel harassed. They don't feel comfortable in the classroom. They don't feel comfortable speaking up. And when they do speak up, they feel that the teacher assistant listens more than the teachers. there's a lot of different communications I think that should be looked into as far as the students. And speaking of, the concern with security is they feel that with more security, it's like there is policing, and instead of caring, instead of having the guidance counselor, there's a lot of psychology that's not being addressed in the classes and with the students. So my budget concern is also, I don't know if the trips were added, the Vegas trips, where I know that they were spoken at one of the meetings that they were not going to Vegas, but was that supposed to be voted on, to be rescinded? So that was my concern as well, if that has to be voted on, because I know that we say what we're going to do, but in the process of voting and actually getting it done, I would just appreciate if that sum of money was voted on. And like I said, just more teachers. I just would like to know why there's so many. I mean, we already know why there's so many cuts with the grants, but I would just appreciate if we can continue to take into consideration, instead of adding more chiefs, we need some more people on the lower part instead of more people up here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Wallace, just so you know, the Vegas trip is on the agenda tonight for, to be rescinded, but I also want to make note that in the history of our district, that's not a practice that we have done religiously, but Ms. Bello, Trustee Bello asked us to consider that, and we did that. So it is on for tonight to be rescinded, and we also had an explanation explaining that that conference, while we cannot select where conferences are being held, it was more about the information and the time. So the time was in July, and we felt that the school administrative body felt that it was least impactful to students because it was during the summer. And, you know, when we put a substitute teacher in front of students, then we don't necessarily have continuity of instruction. So that is why we, you know, supported the July trip, but it is on tonight, and that's the reasoning behind it. You're welcome.
Anybody else from the public that would like to speak? Please come forward. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Aisha Mills. I live in the town of Newburgh. I am blessed to co-parent 3 kids, one of whom is an 8-year-old at Horizons in the magnet program with Olive, a classmate of one of our wonderful friends here. And thank you so much for your service, Letitia. Mr. President, Madam Superintendent, thank you guys for your work and for your service. I have several comments that I want to make right now. The first is, I appreciate the budget, and I appreciate all of your deliberation around the budget. I want to first stand here and defend the quality of education that my kids are receiving in Newburgh, because I don't think that we talk enough about that. And as I sit here and I look at all of you, I'm wondering how many of you are on a day-to-day basis thinking about how the kids are coming home, what they're talking about, what they're doing, how they're excelling. And as I look here, I can imagine that many of you aren't connected to the day-to-day of the classroom at this moment in your lives. I'll also say that while there are a lot of issues that can be fixed, I want to echo the fact that the city of Newburgh, or I should say the Newburgh School District, is not broke. This is not a conversation about how we're going to try to piecemeal some dollars to come up with some extracurriculars and make sure that there's a play next year. That's not what we're talking about. We're actually having a real debate. That's the debate that we really don't want to have, about fiscal responsibility and fiscal priorities of how we manage a system, not the quality of education that we're getting. And the thing that is particularly concerning to me right now, well, a couple of things that are particularly concerning to me. I think that we have a new-ish superintendent of schools that has made some monumental improvements in our district, some of them which feel intangible, that are absolutely related to the way money is spent, the priorities of who we hire, the quality of talent that we try to recruit here, which requires salaries, okay? The last people that we should be cutting or thinking about reducing the pay of are the people who are on the front line with our young people. Okay, we should be talking about how we go out and we raise taxes to find another $3 million to give everybody a pay increase. And the fact that we're not having that conversation is problematic to me, okay, number one. Number two, I have only, and I admit that this is a fallacy on my part, because unlike the newcomer, I have constituents. I have run for office in this community. I think deeply about the public policy implications of all things. I've spent over 20 years at the nation's highest level of federal government and policy and politics. So this is not a fly-by-night thing that I just show up to. I've paid attention a little less to what's happening at the school board. But after this last election and watching these new people come in, I've been watching these meetings. And I am so distressed by how uninformed some of you new people are. Every single meeting that I listen to, the Bellows in particular, I have heard you be challenged. I have heard.
Point of order.
I have heard, and we can go back and play the tape, order that. Let's order a replaying of every single time an elected official now who is sitting here making determinations about our children's livelihood has had to be corrected about the facts of public policy in the state, about the way that the budget works because you aren't read in, because you don't have all of the information and understanding around the way the system works. We are educating young people, and the people who are in charge and responsible for moving the budget around their education are uninformed. And not only do I see you sitting here having to have other colleagues reread the code to you because you don't comprehend it, I also am watching all of the political brouhaha going down online, trying to gather some so-called constituents, because here's what's really at the heart of what's happening, and I think the public should pay deep attention, is that this so-called new slate of electors who are now sitting on this body to claim to have constituency are actually trying to move a fiscally conservative agenda through our school board to rob our children of the best quality education to try to prove a point. And I don't understand the point that they're trying to prove, because I'll leave you with this and then I'll go sit down, is that the thing that made me show up here tonight is the fact that there is even any debate around why we should be raising taxes a little bit, which we haven't done irresponsibly in years, to not bridge a gap, because let's remind ourselves that we're not broke and we've actually got a savings account, right? But to not continue to overspend more than we're bringing in, which is just fiscally responsible around my kitchen table in my household. I don't know what you do in yours. The fact that we have had debates and that there is a lot of trolling misinformation moving around online that I see daily that is questioning why taxpayers should have to pay $9 more a month, maybe $15, $20 more a month, depending on how much your house is worth, in order to support our children is completely ludicrous to me. Because I know for a fact that all of y'all are paying more than that for Netflix and Hulu and whatever other streaming services you have. I can't go get a taco for $9. And we're sitting around letting this conversation about our children be hijacked right now by some people who claim to have a constituency because there is a fiscally conservative agenda that is about to wipe Newburgh right from under us. And I'm not going to stand for it and sit here and listen to it. And I'm going to continue to call it out. And I just want to offer to all of you that you are absolutely elected in your capacities. And the fact that this room is empty is a fallacy on your part, because it just goes to show how little you've actually done in the community. I don't know who this guy is and who he's here to represent, but I'll tell you what, the fact that more people aren't here and people didn't go, 2,000-something people voted, and we're going back again, is just absolutely something that is missing on the part of the folks who are running for these seats. We are not energizing our community. We're not communicating with them well. We're just going around and spreading lies and mistruths for the sake of building Facebook followers and not actually reading the code or understanding ourselves, but we're not actually bringing people here to participate and to come out and vote. So we've got something to do next week. And it is incumbent on all of you to make sure that people actually show up for the election. Because if we don't, it's because we've intentionally sabotaged it. So pull yourselves together, go out and actually pull in a constituency, and stop putting my children at risk by messing around with numbers that are less than like what you're paying for your Netflix. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else from the public? I'm sorry. Okay. You're it.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vanessa Nisperos. I'm a parent of students at Heritage. They love their teachers. They love being in district. I'm also a homeowner right up the street. Please forgive my appearance. I was pulling weeds in my backyard, listening to this discussion, and had to run over here because my blood was boiling at the belittling of people bringing up very valid budget concerns on behalf of taxpayers and residents in this district. The reason I wanted to drive over here in my scrubby attire with dirt under my fingernails is because I attended the forum. I was actually at your math curriculum meeting last year, and I was never invited back to participate in any other forums for parent input and comment. Now that just tells me two things. It tells me that this district does not make a concerted effort to engage parents in this district in constructive feedback, and I know that because the number of Spanish-speaking people in this district, I have not seen one of these meetings translated. The only time I see information translated is when you send out the nice, beautiful spread of notices and achievements of the district. This is not to disparage anybody on this body. I will, however, not sit in my garden and hear people pay lip service to investment in deep critical thinking from parents in this district. There are people that don't have the time to come here, need childcare. There are times that people seek information and it's not provided to them. There was a wonderful forum on Monday, which I attended. I asked for simple things like a printout of the line-by-line budget. The person looked me dead in my face like I was bothering them and turned me away several times. I asked for the salary disclosure that is required to be posted publicly through the state. I was told no one knew where to find it. Eventually, somebody from the communications department emailed me several times and helped me walk through a very tedious website to find it. And what I found was that the person who had no printouts and no answers for me is actually the third highest paid person in the district, the superintendent of finance. Now, I will tell you, my graduate education level economics and research classes would absolutely tell me to have a printed out budget at a public forum. And I'm embarrassed that the person was so rude to me. Perhaps it was because of my dress, because of the way I looked. But I'm embarrassed that you guys are asking to raise our taxes and not providing basic documents for what it is we're being asked to pay for. Now, to everyone's comment, absolutely, cuts to teachers should be off the table. And at the same time, if we're in a position to need to raise taxes, why are the pay raises being asked for that are being asked for? I have never once performed well enough to earn a 33% raise in any job I've done. If you have a phenomenal employee that deserves that, I would love to congratulate them myself. But at the same time, we're talking about 106 positions being eliminated. That type of pay raise going through is astronomical. It is also astronomical to be asking for pay raises in a district that ranks 491st of 600 schools in this district, in this state. For the 10th largest budget in New York State to rank 491 on any metric means that two things need to happen. There needs to be serious questions about our curriculum model, and I don't think those conversations are happening. I have not seen any evidence that that's happening. There absolutely needs to be serious consideration about what we're doing for reading outcomes at all grade levels. I think since the pandemic, we have not caught up. There are students that are still significantly behind, and we know already, all the evidence points to, once those gaps are evident for early education, they track people all the way through their later attainment in life. So I have a lot to say about these things. I really hope that this body that's newly elected can really work constructively, as many people have stated, to engage with the community that matters, that cares for their kids, that loves their kids, and really goes to bat for these teachers who are not here just out of whatever notoriety and paycheck that they're receiving. They're here because they love these children. I've met with my students' children. I've met with I apologize. I have met with my children's teachers, and they love them and they look out for them. And as a newer resident in the city, I will say that I'm very proud to have my children in public school, and I would have it no other way. I really hope this district takes that to heart and looks for ways to engage parents in a meaningful way and engage parents to both get their input and their buy-in, and does things like make these meetings available in Spanish and has open translation so that the vast community of established and recent Spanish-speaking parents that are in this community can also begin to engage in a meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you leave the podium, excuse me, without agreeing or disagreeing with what you said, I wish there was 1,000 more people like you that would leave their garden on a spring night that's so beautiful and speak so passionately and can come and represent the community. So thank you very much for doing that. It's appreciated.
I will say that we're absolutely on the same team. I've been a school social worker and a youth service provider for 15 years, and I really see a lot that's possible for this district, and I thank you all for putting in the work that you do.
Thank you. One more?
Hi. Thank you, everybody. Congratulations to the new people that have been appointed to the board, superintendent, and everyone here. Thank you. Melanie Collins, I first want to apologize because, like Aisha said, and Vanessa, I'm often home or across the street at work, working also 15, 16-hour days, supporting young people who we say have not dropped out but have dropped in, running the Youth Build program for the city of Newburgh. And I'll tell you two things that stand out for me. One is I do believe that everyone deserves a raise, especially folks that are, frontline, working directly with the young people and having impact every day. And I think that those are the folks that, our children remember when they get older. They're the ones that they get to see every single day. And so, across the board, I think those boots on the ground, frontline folks, whether it's a teacher's assistant or someone in the cafeteria, absolutely are deserving of a raise. What I will also say is, as we think about impact, what stands out for me and has stood out for me since the new superintendent has arrived is that representation matters. And for the students that I deal with every single day and all of their families, what I know is that they all get to experience and see a woman of color who's a superintendent of the Newburgh School District. And that has a huge impact on them because it allows them to believe that they too can be a superintendent of an entire school district in a big budget like this. So representation matters. Having a woman of color who's head of food services, who gets to determine and decide that our children are going to have access to healthy meals and that students like the ones that I serve get to be able to have employment opportunities in the school district is really important. Representation matters. Having a head of guidance who has an amazing agenda and plans for our students, who looks like a lot of the students that are in this district. Representation matters. And so because you are here, because all of you are here and these decisions are being made, representation and impact is something that I see firsthand. And as a result of that, do believe that a lot of the people that are new in their positions, all the way from the top down, do deserve to be recognized and to have access to a raise. So thank you all of you for your service. And lastly, I'll just say I do listen to the meetings. I intend to show up to more of them and bring a lot more people with me, because it is really unfortunate that out of all of the people in this wonderful community, only 2,000 people came out to vote. And, you know, when people don't come out to vote, you know, sometimes the bulk of our community, Spanish-speaking community, aren't represented the way that they should be. And so I need to do better. I think as a community, those of us that have access to the communities that we serve need to do a better job. And so I am committed to doing that on behalf of the community that I serve and I represent, and look forward to working with all of you. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public, from the board? Okay, then we'll close the public hearing. Thank you. We're going to go back a bit to public comment on agenda items. I believe we had one more person signed up.
You had Ms. Tracy Wallace signed up to speak on the Exceptional Learners Director.
I want to speak about the Exceptional Learners Program. I've noticed on the agenda there's going to be a Director of Exceptional Learners. Exceptional Learners Program, I want to speak about it because there are many parts of the Exceptional Learner Program that are beneficial. And like we saw in the presentation today, was about employment and exceptional learners. And I have an exceptional learner daughter. And she passed her regents, and she's able to get 90s, she's able to get good grades, but she has a developmental disability. I went to an orientation for the Bridges program in OCC, and they have two pieces to their employment. Their transition plan that used to be in here. The reason why I'm talking about it in this Exceptional Learners Department, because I hope that the Exceptional Learner Director really looks at the transition plan that was the Project Search, and please look at the Bridges program. The Bridges program has the Project Search program that I've seen today focuses on employment. That employment does not fit everybody with a developmental disability. My daughter, for example, can work in employment, and the employment that was shown to you today, those employments, the employment rates, I would like more information about the employment rates with the transition program that you have. It is to my knowledge that the employment rate is not high with Project Research, although the training is really well. So I would like some more information about that. As far as the Bridges program, the reason why I'm bringing it up is because I did not hear any college hybrid programs in Project Search. And so it is important to also raise the bar for the exceptional learners. Exceptional learners are not just trained in certain level of employment. And the employment that I've seen is more of minimum wage employment, whereas they can excel. There's a lot of students that can have social support, have employment support, and have college support. And I don't hear a lot of college support when it comes to exceptional learners. And the hybrid program and the Bridges program that I went to in OCC, that Doris is a part of that, was on the board for that. I don't know why that program was not spoken about in transition. I don't know why that program was taking off from OCC. I would like the exceptional learner to please look at that program, because students are more than employment, just employment. Now, I'm not putting that program down at all. There are a lot of people with developmental disabilities that cannot read, cannot write, and they need supportive employment. And for those employment opportunities, I can see how they can benefit from a program like this that can teach them how to, do retail or work at Price Chopper or work at these programs. But there are exceptional learners that are super smart and that can learn a lot quicker and faster than some of us because of their abilities. Now, it's not disabilities we talk about, but what about their abilities? What are they able to do? And in raising that bar in transition. And I think that the transition program lacks in raising that bar for exceptional learners. I think that we should look at also the employment rates for the Bridges program and how that program excels, and how we can encourage our exceptional learners to have supportive college opportunities, have supportive enrichment for college, even for associate degrees, even for bachelor degrees, even for certification degrees. I haven't seen what about supportive, the trades that you have? You have cosmetology, you have mechanics, I believe, at Maine. Are there supportive employment opportunities for exceptional learners in those programs? How supportive are those trades for exceptional learners? Exceptional learners, I think, needs to really raise the bar in that department. The other, I was going to talk about exceptional learners, which I don't have much time, is to review what is going on in these IEP meetings. You know, I had a really unpleasant time this morning. I'm gonna have another meeting about it, where my advocate could not even get a word in to get any accommodation for my child this morning. And I'm absolutely livid about it. And the exceptional learner, the director of it, I hope really looks into these IEP meetings and finds out about the intimidation that goes on during these IEP meetings and how these accommodations are not being met. And it's unfair that we have to fight as hard as we do. And I fought this morning, and I still was told, no, we don't do that, no, we don't do that. I know that they do that because I talked to Mr. Bayer. I know that you guys have accommodations for bigger buses. I know that it's not just special chance or bigger bus and you don't have any accommodations. I know that you can write in accommodations. But my advocate was told, no, she's not doing that. That's it. So I hope that the new exceptional learner director can look into these things. Thank you.
We have no one else signed up. Would anybody else like to speak on agenda items? Okay, we'll move on to non-agenda items.
I have Ms. Tracy Wallace again.
Okay. So I've addressed this in 2 or 3 meetings ago, and I had asked Mr. Forget about it, but I still have yet, this is so very important to me, especially for people who, if they do, I know that people come up to me all the time and they say, I see you commenting all the time and sticking up for your kids. This is another one of these issues, and it's about sexual harassment policy. So the sexual harassment policy, the students were included in the sexual harassment policy until recently. A few meetings ago, before the new members had come in, the students were taken out of the sexual harassment policy, and now when they have a sexual harassment issue, they are now placed in the DASA, as a DASA complaint. It is to my knowledge, and again, I look into this further, but it is to my knowledge that it is to my knowledge that when you have a sexual harassment situation and it is placed in as a DASA complaint, that if you FOIL the information, although I was told the names can be redacted, I was told that in a FOIL, you can absolutely get the names of the people that are on the sexual harassment through the DASA. So, and that's the difference between how the sexual harassment is placed in the DASA as opposed to when the students were protected in the sexual harassment policy. And so I asked information about it. I still have not gotten information about it. The reason, of course, why I am passionate about this is because, you know, I've had 4 kids, and I had one that had an incident. And anyone that has had any kind of sexual harassment of any kind, whether an action, an assault or non-assault, is a violation of that person, is the privacy of that person. If it's a young child that's going through going through anything, that their protection is so very important. This is so sensitive. This is something they need psychology on to get through. And if someone can FOIL their name and information and find out what's going on, it's going to be bigger than the incident itself. They're going to go after the person. They're going to find out who's doing it. There's a lot of things that can occur by them not being protected. So my concern is, one, why were the students taken out of the sexual harassment policy to begin with, and why are only the teachers protected under the sexual harassment policy, and why are they not placed in the DASA complaint? Another question about the DASA is, who is following up with the DASA? Because I know that from what I told in the building that I am in is GAMS. with my two sons, for example. And I said, okay, so what happens when we make a DASA complaint? Oh, the vice principal is gonna get in touch with you and we're gonna talk about it and we're gonna work it out. Okay, how is my student protected? Do you supply psychology services? Can you add services? You know, how do you work with the kids through this? Oh, you have to get psychology outside, you have to, okay, so when there are incidents that occurred, the school, I feel, is addressing maybe the occurrence that had happened, but how are the school addressing it? So I would just like to know the protection of the children under the sexual harassment policy, and if they can be voted to be put back in that policy, and how does that affect the kids? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on non-agenda items? Yes, sir.
Yes, I would just like to say, I would be remiss if I did not extend my thanks to this body for the swift addressing of the last issue I brought before it, which was the issue with the senior prom. I know there were a lot of board members who made great efforts to open it up to more of the student body, and I want to recognize those efforts, and I'm hoping in future years, that we can kind of cut any issues off of the past, and I'll be looking forward to working with this body in case there are any such more issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, non-agenda items? We're good, right? Okay, executive session. Be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby recesses into executive session for the following purpose: employment history of employees or corporations and the matters leading to the employment of particular individuals, collective bargaining under the Taylor Law, and to obtain advice from legal counsel. Can I get a motion and a second to move to executive session? Second.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Doré?
Yes.
Mr. Howard?
Yes.
Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll be back 45 minutes to 1 hour.
Everybody's most interested one, the new CTE building, do a quick look at the budget review, and then a little bit on New Windsor School. So just, we put this in every presentation. The purpose of school construction program must be to improve the education of children. That's all we're all focused on around here with everything that we do. So looking at the Heritage Site Circulation Project, the bids were received on April 11th. The board awarded the contracts on April 23rd. We've been working through some post-bid contracts, insurance, submittals, and getting a kickoff going on the project. And construction actually started yesterday on the work at Heritage. So that is now underway. The contractor's goal is to have this all completed before the start of the school year in September. So right now, there's an August 30th, 2024 completion date. Just as a reminder, you would have had this information when you award the contracts. There were 3 bidders. The low bidder that was awarded the contract was just over $2.6 million, which is about $500,000 under the budget that was established for this work. Just a quick review, particularly for any of the new board members, on the scope of what the work is. We have the new existing entry off of Union Avenue, which is being updated and repaved, reconstructed. We're creating some vehicle staging along the access drive up to the school, repaving the loop around the building, and then one of the big things is creating that second exit out to Union Avenue for the overall scope of that, also picking up a total of 28 additional parking spots on the site. Moving on to the next project, the NFA emergency concrete replacement. This goes back a while. Contracts were awarded in June of '23. Construction started the same month. Originally, we were supposed to have substantial completion by September 1st of 2023. Due to some delays in getting the aluminum storefront new entrance doors, both from a procurement standpoint, material lead times, and some delays by the contractor in the shop drawing process. We're expecting that in early July, those materials to be delivered. So we'll have a final completion date of June 30th and project closeout the middle of August. Other project that we're working on is the NFA locker room renovations. This was submitted to State Ed on April 19th. State Ed now is running, they publish 28 to 30 weeks of review time at State Ed. So we're anticipating SED approval sometime in July. We'll get this out to bid after the summer rush when contractors have a time to focus on it in September. Award contracts hopefully in mid-October, start construction in November, and be complete with this work for the August of next year, August of '25. Just a brief reminder of the scope here. It's really the area of the current boys' locker room and the boys' team room that we now are renovating into a new boys' locker room, a new boys' team room, and a new girls' team room, as well as some storage area for off-season storage of athletic equipment. The new CTE building. Just historically, we submitted that to State Ed at the end of January. Jacobs did a revised estimate in March. We had our face-to-face review with State Ed in mid-March, SE approval in April. We started bidding in April, and bids are due next Thursday, June 20th. We will then do the review of the low bidders' contract qualifications, and anticipate asking this body to award contracts at the July 2nd board meeting. Starting construction shortly thereafter, with an anticipated completion of July 31st of 2026, giving the month of August for the district to move all of the owner purchase furniture, equipment, technology, everything into the building for a grand ribbon cutting and opening ceremony for September of 2026. Just looking at the overall CTE cost projection right now from the latest estimate done by Jacobs, You can see all the different line items that add up to the total cost, but the bottom line is the construction cost, including the furniture, fixtures, and equipment for the building, will be right around $99 million. We'll be able to update this once we get the bids in next Thursday for better anticipation of actual costs. Quick review of the overall plan for CTE. The main access for buses will come in off of West Street. They'll come in, stack in front of the building, and go out. The rest of the circulation will come off Gidney Avenue. Parent drop-off will be at the end of the building here, around the circle and back out. Similar for staff and coming in here. Visitors will come in and use the parking lot here, come across to the front entrance and into the building. Just a quick review of the overall floor plan. Your major building trades, auto repair, welding, and automotive body work are in this area. Your construction trades of carpentry, electric, HVAC are in this area. Gymnasium, cosmetology, barbering, vet tech area on the first floor, main entrance and office area. Second floor plan has mainly a general classroom wing. As everybody remembers, this is a full-day program, so they will get all their education in this building. And then the other CTE spaces, science classrooms, nursing classrooms, culinary are all on the second floor. And then the third floor, again, is largely computer classrooms, art classrooms, and photography on the third floor. Just a few of the renderings going through the building that these have been presented previously. A general classroom for the tech qualities we wanted. We're not going to have a ceiling in these classrooms, but there'll be an open grid to kind of define where we can put equipment in and lights in. But it'll be open up to the structure in the general classrooms. Cafeteria rendering, this is in the center of the building. It's actually open to the corridors around it, but with smoke stops for fire safety that would come down at the point in time if there's ever a fire alarm in the building and need to separate out this space from the corridors around it. This will also serve as you can see on the side, areas for students to sit with laptops and devices and charge them and do work in the cafeteria there for that, making it kind of a central hub in the building. You can see here the planned nursing lab with the hospital beds and the other aspects of the training necessary for that program. Cosmetology lab, you can see the stations here for the full cosmetology program. There's a number of rows of those stations. We have the mirrors, each one, but we made sure there was a gap between the mirrors for visual connections for the staff, for observation of the status of the work going on by the students in the classrooms. Construction shop, again, a high bay space so they can build sheds and be able to move them right out, or other construction projects to be able to facilitate the training of those programs. Auto tech, being able to work on the vehicles. There's a number of lifts in the auto tech bay. There'll be more equipment in here than what's shown in the rendering, but this will provide a good facility for that ongoing training. As we all know, cars are almost computers now, so it's not all the same as it was 40 years ago. So there's a lot of computer-related equipment and diagnostic testing equipment involved in working on cars these days. Just a few renderings of the building. This is what we'll call the front side, the West Street elevation, where the buses will be parking. And this is This is the main entrance We defined that with the cast stone material, so it kind of finds the main entrance of the building to make it very clear where that is. This is the north elevation of the building. This large volume is the gymnasium here. And then this is the classrooms. This is a stair on this end, getting lots of natural light into the stairs and even into the corridors for the building. And then this is the east side, or I'll call it the rear side of the building that faces down the hill towards NFA. And you can see all the overhead doors for all of those construction-related activities. And then even up on this end, these are then the higher doors for the auto tech areas in the welding shop at that location. And then the auto tech yard, where they're going to be able to have vehicles in a fenced-in area to maintain the security of those after hours in that area. And then there's a generator for the building that'll provide for life safety and making sure your IT systems continue to work if there's a power outage. Just kind of looking at the overall Prop 4 total project budget. You got construction projects completed of about 5.7 million. Construction projects in progress of a little over 33 million. The budget for the new CTE building at just over 99 million. So the total construction hard cost subtotal, what's been committed and planned, is 138 million. Incidental costs, which are your construction management, architects, other district costs, committed to date are a little over 12 million. And so the total committed out of the total Prop 4 referendums, right around 150 million. If we take a $3 million or about a 6% or 3% contingency on that, I think it would be. And then the total budget of 198 million for that leaves us with about 44 million remaining for future projects from Proposition 4 and a balance of bond funds subtotal of right around 40 million, other soft costs on that. So the bottom line here is as long as the CTE project comes in on where it's targeted, there's about 30 million of construction costs available to do other projects as part of Prop 4. And I'm going to turn it over to Ben here to talk about the status of New Windsor.
Good evening, all. I'm Ben Alling with Jacobs Construction. And just to give you guys an update on where we are with New Windsor Elementary. Currently, the mechanical, electrical, plumbing prime contractors continue to procure material for that job and continue to do submittals on equipment and ordering long lead items. They've been targeting doing the areas C, D, and E of the existing building for the lower level and first floor. That work is potentially going to start in the fall of 2024. And then, area A and B, which is the addition, and the existing area B, which is the office area, that will start at another date and time. For some reason, it's skipping over the other slide. Is there two slides missing? Okay. Okay.
Questions?
All right. That's all. Any questions?
No, we're good. Thank
Okay.
you. Oh,
All right,
wait,
thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
No, I had.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Six 6-3 and 6-4.
Thank you so much. Looking forward to our amazing capital project. Good night. Thank you. Item 6.3. I think we just. So I have item 6.3 for your consideration. A resolution to authorize the board president to execute an addendum agreement for fixing a clerical error for the deputy superintendent. So Eves or Jim, if one of you can open that attachment up. So in the first paragraph, if you can make it a little bit bigger. The other way, please. Thank you. Okay. Whereby the vacation provision in the June 18, 2019 addendum agreement to his contract was inadvertently omitted from the November 20, 2023 deputy superintendent's contract. In addition, as part of the consideration for Mr. Forget serving as interim superintendent of schools for the period of December 31, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. So during the time that Mr. Forget was appointed as the interim superintendent, this was one of the agreements that was in his original contract that was dated for December, prior to the December contract. Mr. Forget had it in his contract, and the newly addended contract, most recently on December 2023, this was inadvertently left off. And so we are putting it back forward because this was the vacation provision that Mr. Forget was given as he agreed to become the interim superintendent.
Okay. We had a motion in a second, right? Sir? Okay. For 6.3, can we get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second. Discussion on the item. Okay, call the vote.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Doré?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Yes. Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll move to 6.4. Dr. Manning.
Thank you very much. Mr. Forget, 6.4.
Item 6.4 is a resolution to approve July 4th and 5th as holidays for the district.
Get a motion and a second to entertain this item?
So moved.
Motion.
Okay, any discussion on this item? Mr. Stewart?
This is the 4th and the 5th, not just the 4th.
Yes, sir.
Point of order, there was two people that put it on the floor, so if Ms. Bello put it on the floor, Mr. Bergarelli just has to second it.
Second.
Any further discussion of the item?
Let's call the vote.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Doré? Yes. Mr. Howard? Yes. Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Thank you. We're moving to section 7, clerk of the board.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have items 7.1 through 7.7 on consent.
Thank you. Would anybody like to separate out any of these items?
I'd like to take out 7.1 just because I wasn't here yet.
Okay. Can we get a motion and a second on 7.2 to 7.7?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on 7.2 to 7.7? I'll see any. Call the vote.
Mr. Doré?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Yes. Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Bello?
This includes 7.2?
No.
No, so it's 7.3.
Yes, it does. It's 7.2 through 7.7. Yeah, that's what it is. 7.2 through 7.7.
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes. Thank you. Can we get a motion and a second on 7.1?
So moved.
Thank you. Discussion on the item? Call vote.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Abstain.
Ms. Bello?
Abstain.
Ms. Boucher?
Abstain.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes,
Mr. Doré?
Yes.
That item passes. That concludes my items, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. We're moving to Section 8, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Mr. McLemore, good evening.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the Human Resources agenda, I have items 8.1 through 8.19 for your consideration on tonight.
Thank you. Would any of the members like to separate any item?
I'd like to separate them all out in the interest of transparency for the people that, at home that watch the meetings.
Okay,
Just-
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we are separating out 8.1 to 8.19. Okay, get a motion and a second on 8.1. Actually, that's an agenda.
So moved.
Second. That's not a resolution, 8.1. Right.
Yeah, you have a motion on the floor for 8-1. We need a second.
Okay.
Second.
Any discussion on 8.1? Mr. Levinstein?
So this comment is for all of it. So all the human resource resolutions have been reviewed, and the Personnel Committee recommends going forward with the HR resolutions.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion on 8.1? Let's call the vote, though.
Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
yes,
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
yes.
Mr. Doré?
Yes.
Mr. Howard?
All right, moving to 8.2, resolution to approve SMOA with Newburgh supervisor and administrators. Get a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Ms. Boucher?
I just see that there's no funding source on here. You can't be any more specific to that.
It's general fund.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Forget?
I believe that's ARP. Ms. Roaring?
Yes, all summer school expenses are going through ARP for the administrators and the faculty this summer.
My apologies. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion? Call the vote.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Doré?
Yes.
Mr. Howard?
Mr. Levinstein.
Yes.
Thank you. 8.3, motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Discussion? Call the vote.
Mr. Stewart?
We're on 8.3, sir.
8.3.
Yes.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
No.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Doré?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
8.4, resolution to approve middle school principal. Motion and a second, please.
So moved. Second?
Discussion?
Yes. I just want to know, don't we currently have a principal at Heritage? Or they retired? I mean, why are we?
that there, as of July 1st, there would be an open position at Heritage for a principal.
Now, is someone retiring?
We can't discuss
Okay.
personnel on the floor.
Okay. No problem.
Okay.
Mr. Stewart.
I think I'd like to table this till the next board meeting.
Motion a second to table, right?
There's a motion, you need a second, yep.
A second. Or, yeah, second.
Okay. Great. Call a vote to table.
This is to table 8.4. Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
No.
Mr. Duray?
No.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levenstein?
No.
Ms. Politi?
No.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
The item to table fails.
So now we have to,
It's on the floor, 8.4. It's back on the floor as is.
we need a motion a second or just vote?
No, if there's no more discussion, you would just need a vote.
Okay. We're going to vote on 8-4 then.
8.4, roll call. Ms. Boucher?
No.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray? Mr. Howard? Mr. Levenstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
No.
Ms. Bello?
No.
That item fails.
8-5. Could I get a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion on 8-5? Ms. Boucher?
Can you kind of just explain what this is, what Gear Up grant is, or what Gear Up is?
So Gear Up is a grant, it's a federal grant from the state of New York. Stands for Gaining Early Awareness and Readiness for Undergraduate Programs. It is a grant that we received when our current 8th grade cohort was in 7th grade. So it follows them from 7th grade all the way up to their first year of college. It's a grant that supports providing tutoring, after-school resources, visits to college campuses, different speakers that come in to support students understanding college success and to really promote and support our graduation rate and to increase it as well.
Just so to clarify, this grant is specifically for this program. The funding source is the grant, so just to make sure the money that is for this can only go to this.
Correct.
Thank you.
The grant is very stringent and very mandated. So every single aspect of the monies that are associated with the grant have to support the Gear Up program and those students in that cohort.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further discussion on 8-5? Call the vote.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levenstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Thank you. 8-6. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Call the vote.
Mr. Duray?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levenstein? Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
8-7. Motion and a second, please.
So moved. Second.
Discussion on 8-7? Call the vote.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levenstein? Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray?
Yes. 8-8. Resolution to approve Marist Early College. Motion and a second, please. Discussion on 8-8. Call the vote, please.
Mr. Levenstein? Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray?
Yes.
Mr. Howard?
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Howard?
8-9, motion and a second, please.
Motion?
Second.
Discussion, 8-9? Please call the vote.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein?
Thank you. 8-10, motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Discussion on 8-10? Please call the vote.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein? Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Excuse me. 8-11, motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Discussion on 8-11? Ms. Boucher?
Are we recouping this position? Like, will someone else be hired? 8.11.
This is a probationary position. I would have to take a look at it. I'm not sure if this position is being filled, so I don't want to misspeak, but this is a probationary position. If there is a need for it, then we will refill it, for sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional discussion? Please call the vote.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein? Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
8-12, can I get a motion and a second, please?
Second.
Discussion on 8-12? Please call the vote.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein? Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
8-13, can I get a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion on 8-13. Please call the vote.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein? Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Thank you. 8-14, could I get 8.14, could I get a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Yes. Thank you. Discussion on 8.14?
Yes. Can you, what is a coach teacher? What is that?
Derek Forget will help you.
So it's a teacher on special assignment that goes in and models instruction for other teachers in the classroom. So these four positions that you're going to consider tonight are all grant funded through Title I. These are for the schools that are in the accountability system that need additional support. They are, the roles of this individual will be to identify effective practices that could be put in place in classrooms, work with the teacher to implement them, and provide assistance so that obviously we can change classroom practice and gain better scores for the students.
Aren't the teachers qualified? Well, they're obviously qualified when we hire them.
Absolutely.
So now we have teachers that teach teachers?
So these are for the schools that are identified as targeted support and improvement, or comprehensive support and improvement. So they're the lower performing in the state, identified by the state education department's accountability system. So for some reason, there are barriers that are preventing those students from being successful in those schools. And this is kind of like a thought partner so that the teacher can talk to the other teacher and say, what can we try to begin to do something different so that we can really get back on track with these students and close the gap. COVID had a lot to do with it, but it's a great opportunity for us to maximize resources in the classroom to get the students to kind of close the gap and move forward.
Thank you.
I want to add, instructional coaching is not only beneficial because of COVID. Instructional coaching is beneficial because it's a good research-based practice to improve educational outcomes for everyone. So you're right. When we hire teachers who have a great skill set. As an educator, an instructional coach is just an added lens in a classroom to offer additional support. So we've heard a lot about teaching assistants, being in the classroom, and while we will all agree that a teaching assistant would be great at every single level, K-12, to have an additional person in the room, but the role of an instructional coach is really someone who demonstrates different practices. Because, John and I Mr. Duray and I could be sitting in the space as classroom teachers. We all have expertise in different areas, and we can offer supports in different areas of expertise to help to build student capacity. So it's not necessarily about, I do a great job as an educator. It's about offering different types of practices based on experiential level and what the need of our students are. Oftentimes, instructional coaches are often considered master teachers. So we would want master teachers to come in and support our teaching staff to offer a different level of support.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further discussion on 8.14? Call the vote, please.
Mr. Duray.
Yes.
Mr. Howard. Mr. Levinstein.
Yes.
Ms. Politti.
Yes.
Mr. Stewart.
Yes.
Ms. Bello.
Yes.
Ms. Boucher.
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli.
Yes.
8.15, get a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion on 8.15? Please call the vote.
Mr. Howard. Mr. Levinstein.
Yes.
Ms. Politti.
Yes.
Mr. Stewart.
Yes.
Ms. Bello.
Yes.
Ms. Boucher.
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli.
Yes.
Mr. Duray.
Yes. 8.16, can I get a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion on 8.16. Please call the vote.
Mr. Levinstein.
Yes.
Ms. Politti.
Yes.
Mr. Stewart.
Yes.
Ms. Bello.
Yes.
Ms. Boucher.
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli.
Yes.
Mr. Duray.
Yes.
Mr. Howard.
8.17, get a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Please call the vote.
Ms. Politti.
Yes.
Mr. Stewart.
Yes.
Ms. Bello.
Yes.
Ms. Boucher.
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli.
Yes.
Mr. Duray.
Yes.
Mr. Howard. Mr. Levinstein.
Yes.
8.18, get a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion on 8.18.
Yes. If, I don't understand co-principal. We have a principal, no? Or yes?
So this is also another personnel item. That we can't, because it involves personnel. These are the types of things for executive session that we asked. Does anyone have any questions on the HR agenda? So to have people sitting here to be appointed tonight is really embarrassing because, we had an opportunity to ask our questions, and I'm a little disappointed that we are here and, people are sitting here and we're asking these questions. That's okay, it's not only you,
I didn't have my agenda in, sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Howard, did you have something to say? I thought you had a question just now. No, you did?
Well, maybe I could just point out to Ms. Bello that I don't believe the district would ever put two principals in one building. So there may be reasons why there is an opening or will be an opening, but they're not going to recommend a principal. And I understand the co-principal term here is a little bit confusing, but they're not going to recommend two people being principals at the same time in the same building. Assistant principals, yes, there might be many, but principals, no.
Further discussion on 8.18.
Yeah, yes. Does anyone ever consider the impact on the children? If we're, changing, switching out principals, switching out teachers?
The entire reason for my existence is about doing what's right for kids. I am not going to sit here as the executive of the district to make a decision about anyone who's in front of children. I wouldn't do that. So, I'm taking this a little bit personal as a recommendation that a committee put forward made up of representatives from every bargaining unit. And to get to this point where I'm making a recommendation, I wouldn't put someone here that was not recommended or who I did not deem fit for a position. So we had another position voted down. So now we have no principal in one of our programs. We now have a co-principal here, and there are reasons why there's a co-principal. I would not have two principals in a building, but it's my job to manage the educational program and the staffing that goes along with. So I can wholeheartedly tell you that the decisions that I make are based on children.
Mr. President, motion for executive session, please.
Excuse me. Can we get a second on executive session?
Second.
Vote.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein? Ms. Politi?
No.
We were on 8.18. No, I think it was solid 8.18. Any further discussion on 8.18? Let's call the vote on 8.18.
8.18, roll call. Mr. Stewart?
Abstain.
Ms. Bello?
No.
Ms. Boucher?
No.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Yes. Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
That item passes.
Thank you. 8.19, can we get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion on 8.19? Please call the vote.
Ms. Bello? Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Doré?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my items.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
President.
McLemore. Mr. Howard.
I would like to move for reconsideration on the vote for 8.4, please.
I'm going to ask Mr. Shaw to explain that process.
Is there a reason for the reconsideration?
Yeah, I made a mistake.
Okay. Can we have a motion and a second by those who voted for it?
I would like to make a motion to reconsider.
Second.
Do we need discussion or just a vote?
To vote.
Are we voting to overturn it or just to accept it to be overturned?
To put it back on the agenda for
Okay.
reconsideration.
So the vote is to put the item back on the agenda. Please call the vote.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Bello?
Okay, motion and second.
Need a motion second on 8.4.
Okay, get a motion and a second on 8.4, please.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion on 8.4. Please call the vote, sir.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Doré?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Yes. Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart? No. Ms. Bello? Ms. Boucher?
No.
That item passes.
Thank you. We're moving to Section 9, Assistant Superintendent of Finance. Good evening, Ms. Roaring.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. President. The Finance Division presents items 9.1 to 9.18 this night for routine consent.
Thank you. Would anybody like to separate out items 9.1 to 9.18? Mr. Stewart?
9.4.
That's it? Thank you, sir. We get a motion and a second on 9.1 to 9.18 minus 9.4, 9.14, and 9.15.
Can I separate out a
Yes.
couple? Okay. I wanted to separate out the 9.18,
Yes, okay.
and I would like to separate out, let me see. Oh, 9.10,
9.11.
10.
10. Okay. Anyone else want to separate items? I'm sorry I missed you, Ms. Bello. So we have 9.1 to 9.18, minus 9.18, 9.15, 9.14, 9.10, and 9.4. Get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on these items? Please.
Mr. Doré?
No. You have a
sorry.
question? No, we already took out 9.4. Okay, so please call the vote.
This is 9.1 through 9.18, minus 9.4, 10, 14, 15, and 18. Roll call. Mr. Duray?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, motion and a second on 9.4, please.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion on 9.4, Mr. Stewart?
Yes, on 9.4, it's the audit report, and when I looked at the auditor's claim, he did 11 warrants. 3 of them were 90 days overdue. 3 were missing approval and signatures on invoice or purchase order, and 6 of them had payments that exceeded the purchase order. When I looked back at previous months, the same result. 1 month, there was 17 payments were made that exceeded the purchase order.
Okay.
So I think we need to get a procedure in order, because everywhere I worked, the check usually matches the purchase order. It's not more than what it should be, and it should be authorized.
Were these questions asked via email?
I
Were
believe
these
I
the
did
same
send
ones?
I sent them through my regular, I don't have my other email set
Okay.
up. I did send
I understand what you're saying. My suggestion, I think I made it last week, or the last meeting, is find Ms. Roaring, and she will explain the procedure to you. I'm not talking about tonight. I'm saying,
Okay.
get together with Ms. Roaring, submit your questions, however you want to do it, because we have good controls on our money.
Okay.
Some very tight controls. But if you're not understanding the process, and I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, I was where you sat. I sat and I learned, and I'm trying to learn. So I'm suggesting the same thing.
Okay.
Okay?
Mr. Stewart, and those responses were given, but you articulated that you do not have access to your email, so that could be the reason
okay.
why.
That could be,
But just know that we did provide the response. I wonder if there's a way for us to print them now? Yes, it was good information, so we do have them. Matthew, were you able to print them? Or we can read them and then also make sure you have a copy of it. Okay, thank you.
thank you.
So I can ask maybe Ms. Bello, and then we can come back to you, Mr. Stewart, if you still have any questions. I don't want to control the meeting.
Good idea, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Oh, for 9.10? Yes. Yes, I had, there was no other bids.
Aren't you on 9.4? Still on 9.4. 9.4 is on the floor.
9.4 is what we're discussing now.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, I thought you called on me. Okay.
Would you like to read the responses out loud, please, Mr. McCoy?
So Mr. Stewart said that same thing he just asked about the auditor's report, the 5 missing approvals and 8 payments exceeded the PO. The response from the claims auditor. As stated on the claims auditor's report summary for the month of May, there were 5 missing approval signatures and 8 payments that exceeded the PO or contract amount. As part of the quote, 2-step unquote audit process that has been implemented. Invoices that did not meet the audit requirements, in this case, invoices missing approval signatures, are denied in WinCap. The invoice is returned to the AP clerk, who gets the approval signatures. If the approval signatures are obtained, the invoice is resubmitted and re-reviewed for a second time to make sure that information is correct and then approved for payment in WinCap. WinCap is our financial software. The 8 payments that exceeded the PO or contract amount are denied in WinCap as well. The invoices are returned to the AP clerk, who advises the acting purchasing agent that monies needed to be moved to that budget line. Once the monies are moved to the budget line and the invoices are re-reviewed for the second time to make sure that all information is correct and then approved for payment in WinCap. Payments are not approved and/or paid by the claims auditor without meeting the guidelines implemented for using this 2-step audit procedure. That was the response to the
Thank you
question
very
on
much.
9.4.
Further discussion on 9.4? Let's call the vote.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Doré?
Yes. 9.10, could I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion on 9.10. Please call the vote.
Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart? Mr. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Doré?
Yes.
Mr. Howard?
Yes.
9.14, get a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, 9.14. Ms. Boucher.
Is it not Orange Ulster BOCES? They're separate? Two different ones.
You got the answer? Yes, all right. She got the answer.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
Okay, all right. 9.14, we have to vote.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart? Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Doré?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein?
9.15, we had motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Discussion on 9.15. Thank you, please call the vote.
Mr. Stewart? Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Doré?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Thank you. 9.18, get a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion on 9.18.
Yes. When did we discover this emergency?
Mr. Velez?
We've been having leaks in the West Wind NFA starting last summer, and it got progressively worse. So it's been about a year that we're getting more leaks in that area.
So this has been like this for over a year.
It started with one leak, it's getting worse.
It's
The roof is 24 years old, it's deteriorated.
Okay.
And now we have several classrooms that are leaking.
The problem that I have with this is it's an enormous amount of money, and there was no RFP. And
We haven't done an RFP. Right now, if the board approves the emergency, we have several contracts on state. We're going to get probably 6 or 7 quotes on state contract to do the work. We're not going to pick one vendor and go with it. No, we're going to get multiple quotes for this job. And they're all going to be under state contract.
I'll jump in there for a second. There's contracts already in place with the state, the same as if a bridge overpass collapsed. The state has contracts in place for emergencies to, I don't want to say avoid the bid process, but to streamline it, that the rates for materials, labor, equipment, all of that's in place. It's been approved by folks in Albany, and you as a municipality, a school district, anybody in government can piggyback off of those contracts. So they've already been vetted contracts.
okay, all right.
I hope I'm
There-
correct.
Yeah, no, you're right. And there's
Thanks.
also other contracts on the co-ops like Sourcewell. There's other groups that do bidding, and you can piggyback to those. So there's several contracts out there that are being approved by state and other agencies.
Okay, is this the whole building or just a small section of it?
It's 18,000 square feet.
Oh,
It's not a small,
whole-
it's not
okay.
a small roof, it's a whole
Oh.
section of NFA.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are we still voting? Are we done on that one?
We have to vote still.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Doré?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein? Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Thank you, that
Okay.
concludes my items.
I'm sorry? Oh, thank you. Okay. Section 10, Mr. Forgett's going to help us with. Ms. Roaring's going
Ms.
to
Roaring has this one too.
help. Okay.
We present items 10.1 to 10.11 this night for routine consent on behalf of the Technology Division.
Thank you. Would anybody like to separate out 10.1 to 10.11? Ms. Boucher?
10.11, please.
10.11, okay. Mr. Stewart?
Just a general question. These are all software contracts, and some of them I read were required by the states.
Many are.
Are there some that are not required that we can discuss if it's necessary or if it's duplicative process?
You are right on track in terms of where, what we do. So we look at utilization of software systems. We also look at not only utilization, but if we have the same software doing similar things. So we go through that process. We look at use, how many people are, what they're doing, when they're using it, what classrooms, to make sure that we are getting the appropriate software for our scholars. So that's something that we've already done and we'll continue to do. We'll continue to look at utilization to reduce our costs, but that's something that we do. That's one way that we've, looked to reduce.
So the item 10.3 I saw was authorization to execute with CDW for students, and 10.8 was for the same thing. That has to do with staff. And there were two separate amounts. Can't we combine them and save a little money? Or are they two separate types of systems?
They're two separate types of systems, and these were done, I believe, through an RFP process last year, and these are renewals of those agreements.
And they're required?
Yes, for Ed Law 2D.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So we've separated out 10.11. That's it. So we have a motion and a second on 10.1 to 10.10.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion on any of these items? Let's call the vote.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Doré?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Paliti?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart? Ms. Bello?
Yes.
10.11, could I get a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion on 10.11. Ms. Boucher?
I'm just concerned with the amount. $434,000 for Wi-Fi that, in my brain, we already have. So can you just explain the upgrade?
So this is actually a service renewal. We have to pay for Wi-Fi every single year, like you would pay monthly in your home. So this is district-wide Wi-Fi coverage, and we did the expanded bandwidth to support the additional technology that we are using and to ensure that we can get through computer-based testing seamlessly.
Further discussion on 10.11? Thank you. Please call the vote.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Doré?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Paliti?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart? Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Moving to section 11, Ms. Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elementary curriculum instruction presents items 11.1 and 11.2 as consent.
Thank you. Would anybody like to separate out either of these items? Ms. Boucher,
Can we do both? I'll make it quick, I promise.
you want to separate out?
Yes,
Well,
please.
If you separate, it's only two,
Yeah.
so. Okay. So 11 point, we'll do these separately. Could I get a motion and a second on 11.1?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion on 11.1. Ms. Boucher.
I would just like to reiterate that this is not home teaching from the district, and that it is homeschool programs that parents implement on their own in the home.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, we're good? Oh, Mark?
Would someone be able to just give a brief outline of what this contract entails?
Sure. This contract entails the review of when a parent applies for homeschooling for their child, that they want to educate their child at home. There's a multi-step process with multiple forms, including submission of a curriculum and how they will assess their child and on the dates and times when they will assess their child. And then they review to see, is it a valid curriculum that will support the child's learning? It's just a minuscule part of it, and then the grades are submitted quarterly. It ensures the process is valid so that the child's getting proper education.
And we have about 200, close to 200 of these students that
Close.
we have to monitor and make sure that they're being educated well by whoever's doing that?
That's correct.
Thank you.
I just want to reiterate as well, I know that this was a question posed by the Board of Education, that this is not the first year, it is not a position, and it's up to $100,000, and it's for the next academic year. So this individual did serve the district in this capacity last year to ensure that we provided appropriate supports for our scholars.
Thank you, Dr. Manning. Any further discussion on 11.1? Let's call the vote.
Mr. Duray?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart? Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
11.2, get a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion on 11.2. Ms. Boucher.
Can you give us a little bit of background on the success that you've had with Yonder pouches this past year?
Dr. Mack.
Sure. We've seen a decrease in incidents involving phones, but we've also seen an increase in students being more attentive, paying attention in class, socializing with one another by speaking to each other instead of texting. So we have seen an increase in those areas, and the Yonder pouches are a part of the regular day, and we're seeing that across grades 6 through 12.
Just a follow-up to that. So we have a graduating class leaving. To my knowledge, there was a little bit of excess last year. That might not be true, but if you can confirm that. Are you looking to do this with a younger group of kids, or we're keeping it at the grades that it's at now?
I think it's our intention now for grades 6 through 12 because we know that through that adolescent developmental age is where we find more of the addiction with the social media. So we don't necessarily find it as much with our younger scholars. That's something that doesn't really impact the elementary grades. It's something that really impacts the secondary, like 6 through 12, right? You're in middle school, and that's when oftentimes you get a phone. Not my child, he got one in the 8th grade, but most folks have, received their phones in the 6th grade, and it's kind of distracting for a young scholar. I mean, it's a lot of power in your hands at 11 and 12 years old.
Can I ask a question? Why we go through all this expense? Because you can't say to one of the students, turn your phone off, or there's consequences. So instead, we're paying $163,000 for pouches to ensure that their cell phones are locked up. And I just think we should have rules and like 2 strikes and you're out, consequences, detention, talk to the parents. I mean, this is a lot to go through simply because they don't listen.
So I don't want to misrepresent that we don't have a code of conduct that we adhere to, and we have rules. I can tell you that at this time of the year, we are processing probably 10,000 referrals of our scholars. So this is just an added bonus and benefit to ensure that they are not distracted. I see Dr. Freeman Mack and Mr. Berger really with their hands up. This is also, using the one-time funds of the money so we can ensure that we have these pouches. We've seen a reduction in a lot of violence because what happens is that although students come with 2 and 3 phones, and we certainly find them, that these phones are used for opportunities, in some instances, for inappropriate behavior. So this reduces inappropriate behavior and increases academic achievement and academic success. So the phone is a distraction, and that is why we've invested in purchasing these pouches, and we've seen that.
Okay.
I have a 9th grader and an 11th grader in my home, and they have noticed the difference. And now we're not asking a teacher to police 25 kids to put all their phones away because, they'll follow each other. If he has his phone out, I'll have my phone out. Now the teacher has to deal with maybe 1 or 2 kids that are violating, the policies. So it's just takes some pressure off the teachers and security monitors and everything. That's what I've seen. And my children, like I said, we talk to each other in the cafeteria now. We talk to each other. They've really been positive about it.
Is it an all-day policy? I mean, then why did they even bring them to school? I don't get it.
Well, Mr. Forget has a comment.
So students do need their phones, like parents need to be in touch with them. Some students may have to pick up a sibling on the way home. I mean, phones are a necessary need in this day and age.
Mr. Forget?
Thank you. And I think we also have some students that walk home, and they need their phone as they're walking home in case something does happen. They have the opportunity to call home or a relative. I just want to make it known also that we've received phone calls from other school districts to come and visit and observe how the process works. There's a recent article in the American Association of Superintendents, National, that's really giving a lot of attention to this, because it is one way that you can make sure that students are engaged in their learning process. So I can send you the research articles on those and what they're looking at across the country.
Okay.
It's a new movement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Forget. Mr. Howard?
Yes, and also security issues. I mean, the security guards spend so much time dealing with phone issues, and ultimately, when you're talking about 1 time, 2 times suspended, the ultimate goal is class time. We want to keep kids in school. And suspending kids for phones, I think this was a more appropriate way to deal with it. Yonder, the issues are down, incidents are down, and it's just a different school building. I'm not the buildings that I'm in. I'm in. It's incredibly different. You don't see the phone issues. Prior to the Yonder, I was seeing kids walking down the hall between classes on phones, and that don't exist anymore. I mean, you might have a few people that skirt the issues, but they're dealt with. So, but I think the Yonder pouch is, as opposed to not having them, is a no-brainer. It really does. It's really working.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. I'll close with this, Ms. Bello. Mr. Bergarelli and I did a tour of West, which is probably what Mr. Howard is referring to. We had 12 kids sitting in a room. They don't know us. We don't know them. And they were quizzed, basically, on the value of that Yonder pouch. And every one of them, different grades, said, I hated it at the beginning, but I'm so pleased I do not have to keep checking my phone during class. And that they talk at lunchtime. On that particular day, it was Gratitude Day. They were writing each other gratitude cards, things that you would never think about. So that $168,000, what's the ROI on it? I think you can't measure it. So it's a very good thing.
Okay.
Only my opinion, and Ray's. And Ray's. Okay, we're moving on. So we got to vote on 11.2.
Yes, sir. Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart? Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. DeRay?
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my items.
thank you. Dr. Mack will be doing items 12.1 and 2.
I have 2 items for your consideration, Mr. President, 12.1 and 12.2 for consent.
Okay. Would anybody like to separate out 12.1 or 12.2? No. Any questions? No. Get a motion, do I do a motion, so I'm losing it.
We have to get a motion.
All right.
And we need a second.
I did just want to say something about 12.1.
Okay.
We need a second. Thank you.
Second.
Discussion.
Thank you. So Dr. Campbell did mention that we normally do not rescind conferences, but I also wanted to explain to everyone as it relates to the team that was going to be going to Las Vegas. We did immediately send emails to those individuals to let them know, do not book anything. Although it was board approved, we have rescinded it. And if anybody needs evidence of those emails, I'm more than happy to send them to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mack. Any further discussion on 12.1 or 12.2? Let us vote.
Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart? Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. DeRay?
Yes.
Mr. Howard?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Item 13, Assistant Superintendent for Exceptional Learners. Good evening, Mr. Bear.
Good evening, Mr. President. Exceptional Learner Division has 3 items on the consent agenda, 13.1 through 13.3.
Thank you. Would anybody like to separate out any of these items? Ms. Boucher?
13.2, please.
13.2. Okay, can I get a motion on 13.1 and 13.3?
Motion.
Thank you. Discussion on 13.1 or 13.3? Please call the vote.
Ms. Politi?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart? Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein?
Yes.
Thank you. Could a motion and a second on 13.2, please?
So moved.
Discussion on 13.2. Ms. Boucher?
I just want to compare the rate that's on here, the $100. Is that what we contractually do for the kids in district? That's the amount, $100 per hour?
Not necessarily. Our occupational therapists are on salary, and they're on a salary schedule, so it varies as to the level of experience that that person may have. This was a RFP that was done for an individual student in Massachusetts, and that was the rate that we agreed to, and this is the renewal of that.
If I can just add one thing, when we look at the rate for a consultant versus the rate an employee makes per hour, the rate for the consultant has to include those additional payroll taxes and things that we pay on top of the hourly rate to the employee. So you can't do a one-to-one comparison to really look at that.
Thank you. Any further discussion, 13.2? Please call the vote.
Mr. Stewart? Ms. Bello?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray?
Yes.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein? Ms. Politi?
Yes.
As exciting as it would be to go back into executive session, we're just gonna pass over that. And please, somebody make a motion to,
Second.
what's that?
Our two principals, thank you. We believe in your success. You know, a lot of what I've heard since being here is about being homegrown. You are certainly homegrown, part of the Goldback standard, and we wish you much success as you continue to carry the torch in your succession plan of leading this work in these schools. Thank you for your service and your dedication. Congratulations.
We need a motion and a second to adjourn, sir.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Bello? Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Bergarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Duray? Mr. Howard? Mr. Levinstein? Ms. Politi? Mr. Stewart?